Shall we
Want to
start?
get started?
Yep, let's start.
Okay, thank you. Welcome,
Thank you.
Shubhendu. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
He's going to teach us some social media skills today. So you give me a nice break on a Tuesday morning.
Sure.
Go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi, thank you so much for joining in. I'm good. How are you? So what we're going to do is we're going to have, I'm not going to make this very academic because social media is not very academic. You know, you just can't learn things and, you know, you have to practice, you have to experiment. So we'll keep it interactive. We'll keep it very, you know, like an open forum for discussions. So I see that like people who, there's a mixed set of people. So before I start, just wanted to know, like, is there anyone who's already active on social media? Like, is there someone who's already using maybe Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn for maybe just social networking, or maybe for your business or for your own practice? So is anyone who's already doing it? Just for my knowledge, a little bit or like a lot of it? Little bit.
Sports, like just friends and family.
Okay, sure. So what I'll do is I'll try to take a pace which is comfortable for everyone. I'm going to probably do a little bit of basics and then a little more application-based things. We'll do some case studies and also understand how this whole, you know, confusing universe of social media works. So the things that we'll discuss today. So we'll start with an introduction. I'll just tell you about myself, and then we'll talk about social media in general, you know, like how it has evolved and become so important today. I know everyone knows it, but still from the perspective of marketing our own businesses, our own selves, building our personal brand, it's very important to understand how social media has come to the point where it is today. So we'll talk about that. We'll cover a couple of social media channels throughout the next 4 weeks, which is Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, a little bit of Twitter if needed, and of course ads. So we'll do all of that. So today we'll start with Facebook. The reason why we start with Facebook is because, you know, the whole, I would say, criteria for creating content, the whole premise of being active, engaging, connecting with people, getting your voice heard, it all started with Facebook in a very interesting way. So hence we take it up first. And there's certain science that also goes to creating content, which is important to understand. So hence Facebook is the one that we'll start with. So the content algorithm, as they call it, and I'll come to it. So please don't worry yourself with all the jargons. And then some good content practices as well, because, you know, understanding how social media works is one thing, but creating content is a different ballgame altogether. So, you know, we'll try to also cover what some good practices can be. Great. So I'll start with my introduction. So my name is Shubhendu Jha. I'm a major in advertising. I graduated from Delhi University. Then from UK, I did my postgraduate certification in digital marketing. Past 10 years, I worked in a lot of ad agencies, some big network agencies. And then 6 years ago, I started my own agency. And around 1 year back, we also started our operations in Toronto. And that's when I moved here. So like I've done a lot of advertising, marketing, and digital. From small businesses to big corporates, I worked with all of them. And I've also been a social media trainer and a visiting faculty at some institutions for marketing. So I think I'll be able to share some knowledge with all of you and maybe take some knowledge from all of you too. So yeah, let's start with that. So, you know, like how archaeologists dig up the ground and they take out fossils. So we're trying to do something like that here. The evolution of social media. I mean, as we know, social media has become very, you know, important, like especially the younger lot. They're very active every day. They're on their phones doing something. And we can also now see the seasoned or the matured audience also now, you know, becoming more active on this. So we'll talk about some facts and figures in a bit. But having said that, how social media came to the point where it has come today, that's very important to understand. So if you all recall, I mean, some of you who were like very active, maybe a decade back on the internet as well, people love having conversations. That's like the basic of, you know, any social networking platform. People are chatty Cathys, like they love talking about stuff, sharing thoughts, sharing feelings, sharing their emotions. So when the internet started becoming a little more accessible to people, you know, people started networking and connecting with each other. So that's when we saw platforms like Yahoo Messenger and Blogspot, Blogger come up. Either people were chatting with people, trying to, you know, make new friends, network with each other, or they were like pouring down their thoughts. I remember people used to write like paras and paras of, you know, their feelings on something on the internet and ask people to read it. I don't think so anyone would do that today. But anyway, that's how the whole premise of social networking began, where people started sharing their thoughts, their feelings, their emotions with each other. And as this happened, even people started leveraging these conversations, these topics for their own personal brand, for their own marketing. So, these things are becoming more important. And then somewhere around 2006, 2007 is when Facebook like picked up like wildfire. Like everyone, especially the younger lot, they all came on Facebook, and it became the cool thing to have, the cool app to download, and people started putting their pictures. There were other social media platforms which were quite popular before that too, but Facebook just took it to another level in terms of being easy, engaging with people, playing games. Then came Twitter, then came Instagram. So like that are different platforms that have come up, and with each passing year we see something or the other happen. So it's a never ending kind of a thing. It's a very dynamic world altogether. Now these days we have TikTok, and as some of you might know, TikTok is giving Facebook a run off for its money. It had become a monopoly. Somewhere in Silicon Valley, Mark Zuckerberg was really happy that, okay, me and Google were both owning the space, but TikTok came, China came, like made him weaken his knee or whatever. So things are changing. Things are very dynamic. So why learn this, and why is it important? It's important because with each passing year, a lot of new developments come up. And since we're all here to leverage these platforms for marketing our own personal brand, our businesses, it's very essential to understand how these things go. And also another important thing to note is the way in which people consume content is also changing year on year. Like, what do I mean by that? So when I started, I said people in Yahoo Messenger, they used to have those quick chats and messages, like small stuff. And when internet became more accessible, people started writing blogs and those long format paragraphs. And then there was so much of these blogs that people got bored. They were like, we can't read like so many things in a day. So it started, moving towards more shorter format content. So Facebook posts, and that's when Twitter really became popular because it was just small. Back then it was 140 characters. Now it's 280 characters. So just a couple of sentences, and you're just sharing updates. Instagram brought in pictures, and then Snapchat and TikTok brought in videos. Now Instagram also has videos. So it's always changing. I know it sounds very exhaustive, and it sounds as if, oh God, do we have to keep on running? But it's not like that. We'll try to understand, because the core of all of these platforms is creating good and engaging content, and we'll try to understand that. So having said that, let's move ahead. So today things have changed a lot. I don't want us to like mug a lot of numbers. It's just to set some context. The average person is at least using the internet, especially in Canada, around 6 to 7 hours, and that's like a lot of time. And if we look at it, people are at least using internet for conversations and social media for at least 2 to 3 hours in a day. And that means that people here too have become very active on these digital channels, and it's the right time to set up our personal brand and leverage it. And as we progress with each module, I'll tell you how to do that, but this is just for setting the context. And in terms of consumption, not only information but also networking, gaming, music, sharing knowledge, gaining knowledge, all of that has really increased. So it's like the right time to cash in on this. And as we can see, there's an year-on-year growth in terms of internet users in Canada, and this number is only going to increase. Although around 96-97% of the Canadian population is on the internet, unlike other countries, especially some of the Asian countries where the gap is bigger. But here it's almost 96-97%. That means there's a huge, I would say, like educated, intelligent, woke audience that's there on the internet, and we need to really connect with them as people who have something to offer, as because you all have some services to give. It's important to get into the heads of these people and tell them what we do. So we'll understand that one by one. So just a few things before we move forward. I think this is not very clear, so I'll just read it out. The main reasons for using internet, especially here in Canada, like people use it for networking, connecting with friends. People use it for research, for staying in touch with each other, for following things that interest them, for watching videos, news, TV, research. So anything and everything where someone needs to either gather knowledge or connect with someone, interact with someone. So all that is now happening, and of course I know we're all aware of it. Some of the most popular social media platforms, because it's important to understand where people are interacting, like what kind of messaging is going on which platform. So of course Facebook and Instagram are there, and then TikTok has also come up. YouTube is a great platform for putting up content and like engaging with people, and then we have WhatsApp and Twitter and LinkedIn, which is also there for interacting and building a presence. So we'll break this down as we proceed, and I'll take you through some of these platforms and we'll understand. So to summarize, I mean, especially here in Canada. Some of the social media platforms that have picked up really well and are like really very important today are Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat for some percentage of the population. I wouldn't say it's a mass thing, and then YouTube, because again, you can put content, put videos, make people engage on those. So like that. So we'll try to break all of these platforms down one by one and understand how they can help us, how we can leverage them, and how we can do something interesting. So now I have a question which I'll just read it out. So how do you choose the right social channels for your business presence? Because it can become very overwhelming. It can become very confusing. It takes a lot of time. So to answer this, there's no immediate answer. We will break down all these social networking platforms that we go through, and then we will like understand this answer towards the end. But to give you a few pointers to think about, we need to understand where our target audience is, and especially for all of you, it's a very interesting prospect. Like, you can have people who could be first time home buyers, you could have people who could be first time home sellers, you could have new immigrants who are here to maybe get a house on rent, you can have people who might need some help with some listing, so like that there are different categories of people which might like who might not be on the same social networking platform. So we need to understand who our core audience is. For example, when I came to Canada, so some realtors told me that we are not into renting, like we are into buying and selling. Renting is not like for us. So I was not a prospect for them, but some of the realtors whom I connected with, they told me, yeah, of course we can help you with getting a rental property and this and that. So like that, everyone has their own audience, and as we want to market our own personal brand, we want to market our business. So when I say business, it's you all marketing your own services, marketing your own offerings, and building your own personal brand. So for that, we need to understand who the right audience is and where they are active. Now, if I think about it, if I want to target like youngsters, especially who are in high school, which social media platform do you think would make the most sense? Just if you could guess out of the blue. Like, okay, sure. Any? Of course. Twitter, not so much, because of late what has happened is, sir, Twitter has become a little more, I would say, bent towards the opinionated and the intellectual kind of thing. I don't know why, it's just how the platform is. And with Elon Musk like creating a lot of stirring a lot of nonsense, it has become a very like it's a place where youngsters would want to avoid. Like, it's not fun for them. So it's like that. One platform that has changed significantly in the past decade is Facebook. When I joined Facebook, I was still in school, and it used to be the coolest place. Now it's like that school textbook in my locker, which I'd never take out. Now you won't find young people there. You will find people in their 40s, or maybe 35, 40, 45-year-olds there. The younger lot is not there. So like that, we need to understand where our audience is, and how to like hit them right. So as we progress with these modules, we'll try to answer three questions. A, who is my audience? B, on what platforms are they? And C, what is the right messaging for them? What is the right kind of content that needs to be made? What is the right kind of conversations that need to happen? So we'll break those down and we'll try to understand those, right? So just to start with, social media marketing has, I'll just minimize this, sorry. Social media marketing has really changed the way, people gather information. Couple of years back, maybe a decade back, it was very plain Jane and simple. Okay, I need information, I go to the internet, I search it, I read an article, great. Now all that has changed. Everyone is trying to make things interesting. Everyone is trying to make things, make people feel something. So like an emotional appeal with the content and the information. Now, it's not direct. Now it's not very, I would say, plain Jane or straightforward. For example, a couple of years back, in fact, even today, a lot of realtors, what they do is they create content which is very direct. They'll put up pictures of a property, of a listing. They'll talk about the amenities and the price, and they'll share their number, which is great. But what some of these realtors are also doing today, and of course, we'll cover that in some case studies, they're trying to make these videos or this content very interesting. They're trying to give it a creative layer. For example, what they would do is they would take a camera, they would take you around the property, show some of the things that are really, interesting, really crazy. They would try to make it very exciting. So one of the case studies, for example, that we'll cover today, there's this guy who packages his content in a very different format. So he would rather than saying, okay, this is a property at so and so location and these are the amenities, he would say, what $500,000 can get you in Toronto, like a video like that, and then he'll show you a couple of properties and then link it. So we'll cover all of that in detail, but just to set the premise and the context, social media has really changed the way people are creating content and like packaging the whole information. So it has people are trying to be very creative. For example, realtor.ca, this is a post from them where it says a realtor won't just help you buy a house, they'll help you find a home. So they're trying to take the emotional route there, and things like these people equate with. Or this was one of the posts by one of the Remax handles on Instagram, that how are you feeling today, excited, this, that. And people generally want to emote, like if you go in the comments, you'll see people are like they're sharing their comments, they're sharing their feelings. So this really doesn't immediately create a business lead or an inquiry. But when we create content like this, when we leverage social media like this, people want to stay with us, they want to connect with us, they want to listen to us. So hence, over the next few weeks, we'll try to break it down into how this entire engagement process can be, and how we can network with people, influence them, do more selling. So it will be more I would say inclined towards that. Looking at social media, there are three core objectives for marketing that we can achieve. So one is awareness. It could be brand awareness. For example, Remax Group, if they want to establish themselves as the biggest like real estate company, so they'll have to build that awareness, create content, engage with a lot of people, create that value. Or even if it's one of you as a realtor, you would want to build your own personal brand. You would want to make people remember your name, and of course give you a shout out whenever they're looking for a listing, or whenever someone wants a reference for a realtor through word of mouth or this or that. So for those things, social media is great. Lead generation, I think that is something which is very important in our line of business, because let's be honest, there's a lot of competition, there's too much competition. If today someone wants a real estate agent, they would just go to Google, they'll search for it, they'll find so many listings, and it's competitive. So how do we break that clutter? Like, how do we tell people that, see, we are something different, we do something different, ours is a unique practice? So that's all marketing, and that's how we pull in inquiries. So we'll also cover lead generation, and then listening and monitoring. This is something which 90% people don't do. They'll have an Instagram, they'll have a Facebook, they'll have a LinkedIn, they'll put content once in a while, they will do something or the other, but they will never reply to comments, they will never reply to messages, they will never reply to any questions. So, and they will not listen to what people are talking about, especially these days when real estate is such a volatile I would say topic. There are so many things happening, especially with interest rates and this and that. So as realtors who are trying to market ourselves, we need to listen to what people are talking about on social media and then create content accordingly. So we'll try covering all of this one by one, and not every platform is best for all of this. I mean, I can't say that okay, LinkedIn would be really best for lead generation, maybe not immediately, maybe once we have a certain presence, but every other social media platform has one thing or the other, and we'll try to break them down to create relevance for all of these. So moving ahead, so the first social networking platform that we'll cover, especially in today's module, is Facebook. And the reason why we cover Facebook is because it's been there for a while. Facebook has now transitioned from a social networking platform where one used to connect with each other, see what they've been up to. Relatives would check out what is happening with in each other's life, and comment on it. Friends, family. To a platform where now it is more about getting news, like what's happening in the world, what is happening in our industry, what is happening in our space. So there's been a huge shift. And like I told all of you, the younger lot has also become old. Right, those who are 20-year-olds have now become 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds with some purchasing power. So that audience is also matured here, right? So it's very important to understand how content works. And since this is one of the oldest platforms that has devised the whole premise of creating content, some of the very basic jargons that we have, like post, likes, comments, you must have heard of all of this, of course. It all started here. So this is like the birthplace of core social media. It's not the first social media platform, of course, but this is where social media became huge. So that's why we take it up first. Facebook really helps in building a community. So today we are going to look at some use cases, and we'll do some activities as well, so that all of you could understand, can understand how one can build that community and generate leads and inquiries. Some methods are very simple, direct. Some methods are very interesting, so we'll cover all of them. So yeah. So coming to the next part, which is glossary. Before I go to that, I just wanted to ask, is there anyone who's like active on Facebook? Like, is there anyone who posts content maybe once in a month or once in a week? You do? Anyone else? So what kind of content?
Oh, basically real estate and
Mhm.
some personal stuff.
Sure. So do you have a Facebook personal profile or a page for your business? Like you have both. And you, sir? Like both. Great. So okay, so I'll that's great, and we'll try to explore some content formats and some ideas into how it can be leveraged. And for those of you, because not many people raise their hands, so uh, uh, I think that not a lot of you are active. So I'll try to cover some of the basic things. So if the both of you could be a little patient, as I'll have to do with basics also. So I'll just do that. So Facebook primarily is a social networking platform. Okay, I'll just break it down for those of you who are not very active on it. People connect with each other on Facebook. You know how we have WhatsApp, because everyone is on WhatsApp, right? So WhatsApp is more direct and instant, and it's for messaging. Facebook is not direct. It's more about keeping in touch, getting updates from one another. And there are different kind of avenues, or I can say there are different kind of uh, properties on Facebook that can be explored. So profiles, pages, and groups. These are the three things, and we'll spend some time on this now because it's important to understand what these three are and how they function. So let's go to Facebook, try to have a look at it, and then we'll come back to these, I would say, keywords and phrases. So this is what a Facebook profile looks like. This is my profile. Yeah. So once you come on Facebook, this is like a feed of news and information that you get. So whatever content you've like liked or subscribed to, pages you followed, so you'll see all that content there. It could be maybe some news update for sports. It could be some Hollywood, movie updates. It could be some fun stuff, content. It could be ads. So this is like Facebook serving me ads. Like Facebook knows I have a digital agency, right? It knows I do digital marketing. So Facebook itself is serving me an ad saying, make the most of festive season because Diwali is around the corner. Register for free webinars by blah, 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 and, grow your business online or whatsoever. So, this is the place where we also see ads. So for example, one of your prospects who wants to either sell a house or buy a house, when they log into Facebook, if they've connected with you, if they've added you as a friend, or if they've followed your page, I'll just explain the difference also in 2 minutes. Then they will see all this content here. They will see all that information and feed content from you here. So there is so much content on this that you have to make it interesting. You have to break the clutter, else people will keep on scrolling back and scrolling down, and they will just miss it. They will just ignore it. So like that, you have to create content that people stop at. For example, what are we seeing here? This is maybe a postgrad program from UCLA, and I'm being served this ad probably because I work with some universities for their lead generation. So Facebook has somehow thought that this is something that interests me, and that's why it's showing it to me. So when we talk about the Facebook algorithm in a bit, I'll tell you how this whole works from the behind, how this works from the back of it. Like why Shubhendu is seeing a university ad, or is seeing content from Hollywood movies, or is seeing stuff like that. So we'll just come to that when we do the algorithm. Right now, I'm just trying to give you guys a look into how this platform is and how it looks like. So this is the feed where we see all the content. I'm so sorry. And this is where you see the news. Now here is what we call a profile. So a profile is basically your personal presence. I wouldn't say your business presence, your personal presence on Facebook, right? So this is where you put information about you. You need to have a good profile, a full, complete profile, so that when someone comes to you, they see, okay, this is the person. They probably see what you do, like who you are, what you've done, what kind of work you've done. They see a little more about you. So it's a little more personal, I would say. It's more about connecting with friends and families. Some people, especially who are in the services sector, maybe consultants, maybe realtors, maybe dentists, they physiotherapists, they use their profiles, but a good practice is to use your Facebook pages and not profiles. So I'll answer that question a bit. But a profile is something you create to have your personal presence on Facebook, connect with friends, connect with your associates, people, share thoughts, share feelings. And how does that happen? How do we do that? I know some of you will roll your eyes and say, oh, we know this, but still, it's since it's my job. This is how we do it. This is where we go and we put something on my mind. For example, if I want to ask people something, like, for example, looking for a townhouse in, let's say, Scarborough. So I can just put a post, and my friends, they will see this in their feed and they will start replying to it. Or if I'm doing something interesting, for example, if I want to tell my network that today I'm conducting a training for social media, I can just put an update here and they'll see it, and that will very certainly market me as a trainer as well. And that has worked for me in the past. That especially works for me on Instagram and LinkedIn. Whenever I put a post like that, people observe it and then I get an inquiry that, okay, can you do this for us as well? So these things, they don't sometimes give immediate results, but people start getting to know about you. People start getting to know what you do, what you are up to. At times we become so busy in our daily routine, in our daily, I would say, work and then home and stuff. We forget doing this. But if we have a system in place where we are regularly putting some updates on our social network platforms and different places, people will slowly start getting to know more about us. And how will people beyond our network know about us? I mean, none of us are connected on Facebook, right? You guys don't know me. But does that mean you guys can't see content if I post it on Facebook? No, that's not true. And I'll tell you how. For example, if I post something on my Facebook, on my profile, and it's interesting, people start liking it, people start engaging with it, then the Facebook algorithm, or the whole code or logic on which Facebook or any other social media platform, as a matter of fact, uh, they work like this. They will notice that, okay, Shubhendu written something very interesting. He's written looking for a townhouse in Scarborough. Okay, interesting. So townhouse Scarborough. So Facebook will show that content to my friends who are in and around Scarborough, in and around North York, in and around downtown. And it will start showing my content to people who might be real estate people or people who've talked about real estate, because it wants more like-minded people to engage on my content. And once that goes, one of my friends comments, their friends can also see it. That, for example, Vaisen commented on Shubhendu's post, and now you guys are connected with him. You guys are probably on Facebook with him, so you might see that post in your feed if it's like a very engaging. So it works like that, and we'll break it down when we do the algorithm. So it's not like you have to be very direct and personal, because those things have changed now. Facebook has also become more about sharing news, sharing information, connecting, networking through content. So all that content happens here on the dashboard. So this is where the content happens. Now, another very important aspect, we talked about, I'm so sorry, we talked about profile. Like, profile is for something that an individual makes. So I can have my own personal profile on Facebook with my own personal URL, which is this, facebook.com/my name. You guys can have your own individual profiles. So profiles would be used for sharing personal updates, things about, something with the family, vacation, some news, some opinion, some thought, like that. But if I want to create a presence for my business, it could be my personal practice, it could be a part of a company I'm in, it could be my own business, it could be anything, then I will create a property called page, because page is a particular, I would say, platform or a particular property given to us by Facebook for marketing stuff, for creating interesting conversations, for creating information, engagement around different things. And I'll just show you how that works. So I can go to facebook.com/pages, right? And this is the place where Facebook helps me create a page. It's very simple. This is one of my clients' page who are based in UAE. I'll just close this. So this is some of the pages that I can see here. Now, if one wants to create a page, they can just go here and create a new page. Page is similar to a profile, but not same, because in a profile, you guys add people as friends. You connect with each other. You can comment on each other's posts. Page is more of a property where you create information about your business, your practice. I just show you some pages as well to give you guys a hang of how things work. So this is just the place where you go and you put information. What is the name of my page? For example, I can create a page called Shubhendu Jha, Realtor in Scarborough. I'm just joking. Something like that. Or a Shubhendu Jha, Digital Marketing Trainer. And then I can have information about me, my credentials. I can start putting posts. I can ask friends to share. And then I'll create content that people would want to, engage with, like, comment, share. I'll create good content, and there I go with my page. So I'll just show you one of the pages to give you guys an idea about how people do stuff. So, okay. So this is a verified account. So this is one of the realtors that I came through, right? His name is Brad Battle. He's a realtor. So I came across his presence, and I see that he's done some very interesting things, right? Um,
That a page?
uh,
That is page?
so it's a profile which is converted into a page. So what happens is when you become very popular, right? Let's say today I have 1,000 friends on Facebook, and tomorrow I like get a lot of friends. I cross 5,000 mark. Then my profile automatically gets converted into a page, because what happens is Facebook then makes figures out that you're like a public entity kind of a thing, that you are a brand, you have a personal brand, so it moves a profile into a page. So it works like that. But how I know it's a page is because you have tabs like services, reviews. A profile wouldn't have such things, because profile is for a human being who's like a person. This could be a practice. So this Brad Battle Realtor could be maybe a team of 10 people also, for all we know. So, but his personal profile would be just his profile, his friends in it, his and all the conversations he does. And it's a page. We can see it here as well, right? So yeah. So okay. So just to like show you some of the stuff, like this guy, he's been very active on his Facebook. He's been selling a lot of properties here and there, and at times what he's done is he's put up pictures of the properties that he sold, put up pictures of listings, put up pictures of uh, different kinds of listings that he gets, and he tries to make it a little interesting, not very plain and boring. How do I know that? Because the way the content is written, it's a little more conversational.
Page?
This is the page, yes.
Okay, so you could put all contents on page.
Yes, correct. Now, see, I'll of course show you one page which is not that good as well to have a comparison. But just for now, why I know that this content is still a little better is because he's written the content in a very conversational format. Like, congratulations to my clients, their house on whatever is sold, and an emoji. So emojis are basically these icons. I'm sure most of you use on WhatsApp. So that makes the content a little more relatable and friendly. So when we do cover content practices today, I'll cover those things. But just to give you an idea how a page looks like, it looks very similar to a profile. There's no difference in terms of how it looks like. Like if I talk about a sedan, all sedan cars look similar. They might have some differences in the design. Similarly, all profiles pages, they look similar. It's just that pages, you can have a lot of followers, even millions of followers, and you can run ads from your page. You can't run ads from your profile, because Shubhendu Jha as a person can't run ads for his personal account, because that's something where he's come for social networking and engaging with friends, engaging with family. But Shubhendu Jha as a Facebook page can run ads. I can run ads, I can market my business. So a page is always trying to sell something to like summarize in a nutshell, right? So here he's trying to sell his services or whatever his achievements are. So this is one of those posts, right? Similarly, whenever this guy's got a new listing, he's put something on his website. Very smartly, what he's done is he's put a link of his website on his Facebook, so that people, they click on it and they go to his website, so that there's more conversation happening there. That's just an approach he's used, right? He could have put pictures here and waited for people to engage. But in my experience, whenever you put a when you put a collage or an album of a listing, there's not much for people to do. I mean, what will they do? They can't share their excitement on every post. So here he just put a link and asked them to go to their website, which is an interesting thing that I saw. And you can see that people have also shared it. There are some likes and some shares, not huge, but still there are some interactions on this, right? So likes, comments, shares, we'll again come to this in a bit when we go to the jargons. And the third thing, and I just do a breakdown of all these three things once we cover the jargons. And the third thing is groups. Now, groups are also very important, especially for folks like you and me, because we're all in the services of business, right? We're all in the business of selling our services and our personal brand. And how do groups work, and what are groups? So groups are essentially communities which have a certain agenda where people have gathered. And I'll just show you so that I can explain it to you better. I'll just open it. Please allow me a second. So groups are basically those communities. You know how you have WhatsApp groups where there are like those family WhatsApp groups, or maybe your college alumni WhatsApp groups, or maybe whatever. Similarly, Facebook groups also have certain agenda. For example, I was born in India. So one of the most popular Facebook groups that I use here in Canada is Indians in Toronto, because it's this huge community of people, like 100K people, who talk about anything and everything. If you want to get winter tires, there's some information there. If you want to know, should you do rust proofing under your car, people are talking about it. How to be careful with your finances people are talking about. So a lot of stuff there. And us as realtors, it's a, these groups are like a great place to, drive business from. And I'll show that to you also. But first, let's look at one of the groups. Let's see if I can find a group for you all here. Um, let's open that only. I think that'll be better. So this is that group. Now this group, it's not a profile, it's not a page. So this is no person. This is not Shubhendu Jha. This is not his profile. This is not a person. This is a group. Many people like me are on this group, and they're talking about something important, something interesting. They are talking about anything and everything that covers the agenda of this group. So this group is called Indians in Toronto. So as it could, we have Sri Lankans in Toronto, we have Pakistanis in Toronto, we have Asians in Canada, we have Toronto homeowners, Toronto real estate. There are tons and tons of groups. It's an endless list. Some are very active, some are not that active. In some cases, some business owners have also created groups to interact with people. For example, there's this gentleman who stays in downtown. He's created a group called Downtown Indians, to gather all the Indian people in downtown. And now he's throwing parties and this and that and gathering people on that group. And very smartly, he's also selling his, services as a, I think, insurance broker or something like that. So I'll show that to you if we have some time, but we'll just cover this first. So this group, Indians in Toronto, is a place where people like you and me can come and put our posts. For example, someone put a post, I had an accident today and my car got damaged, blah blah blah. Can someone suggest what is the best way? This is where people come in and they give references. This is where people come in and they give their experiences. Like a lot of, during my initial days in Toronto, a lot of guidance I got from this group in terms of leads for things like even real estate, even like for mortgage and stuff like that. So people do refer each other. And if I go in these groups, like if I go in any of these groups and I put a post saying, hi, I'm Shubhendu, I give marketing services, if interested, please connect, they will throw me out. They will say, okay, this is nonsense, we are not here. So you have to be very smart. You have to be a very subtle and a very I would say silent presence, and market yourselves very interestingly. So for example, when people someone would put a post about insurance, so rather than saying that I am an insurance broker, call me, what you can do is you can ask a friend, a relative, or someone else from your team to post that, okay, talk to Shubhendu, he's a great broker, he's helped me save a lot of money, and then people are like, oh, good reference. And then you're not really selling, you're this is called surrogate. You're very certainly marketing yourself, and it happens a lot. I mean, for everything. So for real estate, for marketing people like me, these groups are great, and these communities, these platforms are like very, very important. For example, let's say if I search for a query, Toronto and rent, right? See, so many people have put up posts, a lot of people, they don't put posts as realtors because sometimes these groups have strict rules for marketing. They put posts as, like, okay, we have a property if anyone is interested, and those kinds of posts are allowed. And there's a lot of lead generation that can be done through this, So a good practice for all of you would be that, your community, some of you are from India, some of you are from not, some of you are from another country, some of you might be from here originally. Look at those, I would say, interest groups or demographics that are around your personal profile and try to join those groups. If you join those groups, you can just observe them for a week or two and understand what kind of conversations are happening. And then you can very subtly start, plugging in answers from your profile. Now, as a page, you don't want to answer because it will look gimmicky. You can just use your profile and ask someone to do it for you. That is also something we do for our clients, and you can do it for yourself as well. You can just give these answers very certainly, right? I need some guidance. I live in a condo downtown. I'm renting this, and I'm getting a bigger place. And this, can someone guide me in 29 comments? And I'm sure half of them would be real estate agents, and they would be trying to, nurture some lead out of this. So these things are important, and you have to be present on these groups. So right now, the whole, I would say, practice is to understand the difference. So to summarize, there are three kinds of entities: profiles, pages, and groups. Profiles are your individual presence, Shubhendu's presence, your personal presence. You add friends, you connect, you network, you talk about your personal things, share pictures from vacation. All these things are also important because once you're active, people take note of that. And you have to very smartly plug in your business into that content. It cannot only be vacations and kids photos and all that. No, it has to be a little bit of your business presence also. For example, today I'm going to put a post on my Instagram and LinkedIn saying I'm conducting a training and workshop for these esteemed, I would say, attendees here, and I'll put on my social network. Will I get something out of it immediately? No, but at least people in my network will know, okay, this guy does this. This guy does these trainings. This guy has knowledge in these things, and maybe they might refer me to someone, or they might just connect with me. So that's my personal thing. I have my company's page also. I have my digital agency's name is VB Social, right? So I have its page also. I might do a post there. I might say that we as an agency love training our clients, and I can package it in a very interesting marketing way. And I can just tell that today I had a very fun and a knowledge sharing session with some of the real estate brokers from Scarborough and nearby areas. And I put on my page, and people who follow my page can also see it. Probably I won't do anything in a group because groups are more about a particular topic. So there's no point. So in a group, I'll just listen and I'll observe. And if people need help with marketing, with their services, I'll plug myself in. So there are these three entities are different. Like, is everyone clear with that? Like, are you all, do you all understand the difference between profile pages and groups? And you have to be, unfortunately, active on all three. Social media by the end of the 4 weeks will sound like a lot of work. So I'll try my best to make it easy for you, but you have to be active. You have to take out time, probably, shell out a couple of hours in a week and make your presence active here. We've just talked about being active, but what kind of content, what kind of posts, pictures, videos? So we do that in a bit. So there are some technical keywords you guys should know, and they're not very important, but for the sake of, understanding how content works, reach and engagement. When we try to assess the performance of something, there has to be some metric to assess that performance. For example, I look at a car, so I look at mileage as a metric. That what is the mileage? Is it even giving me some value for my money? Similarly, when I put a post on social media, I need to look at some metric because I can't just keep on posting randomly. I can't do that. That'll be boring. So how do I assess my content is really good and it's working really well? So I look at two metrics, reach and engagement. Reach is the number of unique people who have seen your content, and engagement is the total number of likes, comments, shares, interactions which you get. That means if I put a post on social media, 10 people like it, 5 share it, some people click on it. So all that is engagement. And the number of people who see it, like overall how many people get to see my content, is the reach, the number of unique people. And if I put something on social media and build my presence without putting any money, like I'm creating interesting content, people are liking it, they're sharing, they're enjoying it. So it's all organic. And when I put money and I promote my content, like when I do ads, like some of you were asking me, which we'll of course cover, so then that's paid. So these are some keywords which we'll be using as we go ahead, and you'll get a hang of it. But having said that, now we come to a very interactive part. So I've covered a little bit of premise into what Facebook is, just to get you guys ready with what is coming. So now I would want you all to think about a few things. So I have a question for all of you. Okay, so if I can have your attention. A Facebook page has 1,000 likes. It's not a profile. It's not an individual profile. They're not your friends. It's a page. You started your real estate practice. It's been a couple of years or months, and you started putting posts. People are connecting with you. The first thing you did was go to your friends and family, ask them to follow your page. You started creating content, sending SMSs and this and that. So now you have 1,000 likes on your Facebook page, right? Now you do a post. You put a post on that page. I just showed you, what a Facebook post looks like. For example, I showed you a page here. I think that one went, but I'll open it again. So this is like a post. Okay, someone has put a post. Now consider there are 1,000 likes on your page, and you do a post. How many people will see that post? Can anyone answer it? You can take a minute and think about it, like and have some logic to your answer, please. Like, okay, 1,000 likes on a Facebook page, I put a post. These many people would see it, but what is the rationale? So take a minute and please tell me, like, if any of you can guess it.
Less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000 people. Why, sir? Why do you feel so?
Because many people likes without showing the content.
Okay, sure.
Seeing the content.
Anyone else?
Do you think Facebook is controlling? Because sometimes we see, like, if we put something on page, it is less like and less people are.
It is, and I will of course tell you how in a bit, because we'll do the algorithm. But just to understand, like, from your experiences, or just a guess as well. Anyone else? Like, if you can take a guess.
Also sometimes less than 100.
Okay. So if there are 1,000 likes, if you put a post, it could be less than 100 as well. Okay. Anyone else? It's just a guess. I mean, you can just whatever comes to mind and why. Like,
I think it should be more than 1,000 people.
why?
Because Facebook, since it's a post,
Right.
so the similarity of the subject, Facebook automatically distribute it. Okay, send it to them.
Yes, that
So
is
that's why it's
correct.
More than 1,000.
But to say more than 1,000 is also not correct, and I'll answer this. I'm asking this because I'll clarify it also. Anyone else? Someone from there? Like, any guess? I have a page, 1,000 followers. I do a post. How many people will see it? Okay, fine. I'll answer it. So the correct answer is none of these. Okay, because content doesn't work like that. Content doesn't work in a very linear way. It's not a simple math equation, or how I tell my clients, sir, it's not like cycling. If I slow down pedaling, the marketing will also slow down. It's not like that. Content works in very interesting ways on Facebook. So I will explain that as I do the algorithm in a minute, but just to give you the answer, a Facebook page can have any number of followers, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, 100. If you do a post and that post is engaging, that post is really interesting, people outside that page will also see it. Remember that example I gave you a couple of minutes back, that how I put a post and you guys can see it on Facebook as well, because I put a post, it's very interesting. Maybe my son likes it, and maybe you're connected with him and it shows in your feed. So this is how things also go viral. So if a post is very interesting, it's very engaging, right? If it's fun, people will start liking it, commenting on it, people will start interact. Even small things like taking your mouse or your thumb to that content, Facebook registers it and it understands, okay, this is interesting, I have to show it to more people, it should go out to more people. So even if there are 1,000 likes, if the content is really good, more than 1,000 people can also see it, sir, like you were telling. Like, a million of people can also see it. And if the content is really boring, if it's a very, very boring content, it's like, what is this? Not even 100 people will see it, like one of you answered. So that's why a lot of the times when you see content, you might see, okay, this guy has 10,000 followers, but no one is liking his post or her post. Why? Because the content is not really good, the content is boring. And sometimes you see the person has very few followers but a lot of engagement. So let's try to understand this very quickly with what we call as the Facebook newsfeed algorithm. So algorithm is nothing but logic, logic on which the whole social networking platform is written. So Facebook's newsfeed algorithm works in mysterious ways to ensure that users get to see content they really want. And they keep coming back to Facebook for it. Facebook makes them work really hard. You have to put in a lot of effort. So what happens is there are certain parameters that the Facebook algorithm uses to rank content, like who has posted the content, when was it posted, how relevant is the content. To give you a very good example, let's say you guys regularly create about content about real estate, properties, listings. You talk about things where your clients have probably bought something, sold something. Suddenly you start creating posts about fashion, about apparel, about this. That content will not get much reach because Facebook will think something has happened. It will give it a lesser relevance score. So the engagement will go down. Or if if there are certain people, let's say we are a close-knit community and you guys regularly interact with my content. So you will be the first ones to see my content. Have you ever noticed that those 5, 10, 15 people always see your content when you put on social media? That's because Facebook shows it to them first. And Facebook shows it to those people who regularly engage with you. Today, if I follow, let's say, Remax Instagram handle, and I don't see any content, I just follow it for the sake of following it, I will never see a post from Remax in my feed. But if I regularly engage with the content Remax is putting, I like it, I comment, I answer things, I will regularly see content from Remax. So like this, there are a lot of indicators, there are like 100,000 signals that Facebook algorithm is, set up on. And they don't reveal this. They keep it as something exclusive for their platform, because if this gets decoded, if this gets revealed, then everyone will use it and then none of the content will be refined. So Facebook, on the face of it says, we try to give more value to interesting and good content, but some of us also like to believe that Facebook wants people to spend money on ads, and that's why it restricts visibility. So those two things are there, but our job as people who are creating content and are marketing is to make sure that we create the best content, we create engaging content to market ourselves on social media, and that is what we will do. So two key signals that are very important for all of you to understand. One is who has posted the update. Is it your own personal profile? Is it a new page? Is it an engaging page? Are you sharing content from a very active page? Were there any negative interactions on your content? And second is, how engaging is your content? Is it share worthy? Are many people writing comments on it? If they are not, so the difference is, for example, like I'll tell you, if I do a post saying this property is being listed for $500,000. If interested, contact me. People will see it, and those who want to contact might contact me. If I repackage this and say, this is what $500,000 gets you, isn't that interesting? And with a question mark, people then will come and share their comments. No, it is too much. Oh, the market. And any kind of comment and response you get on your content is important, because the more comments you get, the more interactions you get, the more engagement you get, the more traction Facebook will give you. And this is something which people miss. Generally, I was also doing some research about the content that is being created by realtors and similar, like people from the industry. I saw that this is mostly posting videos and photos of inventory of properties. But some handles, like some people are asking questions, and I'll show you some examples. Of course, I have come with those. They're creating share-worthy content. They are leveraging, their comments. They're asking people questions. They are creating those interactions. So these are the places where Facebook understands these people know their stuff, and they push their content on social media. So hence, we need to consider these two things. Then also things like when the update was posted, because some people, what they do over posting. They'll start posting on Facebook so much that even their followers and Facebook itself will get troubled. So we don't have to do over posting. We have to have some gaps. We have to tag people. We have to make sure people comment on it. And then the type of the content is also important, like videos, albums, photo albums, creatives. So we'll just talk about all of these as we come to the content part. So to summarize, based on so many signals which are not, I would say, revealed by Facebook creates a relevance score for each content, every post that goes, and it scores it. So our job is to make the content as engaging as we can, make people comment, like, share on it as much as we can, so that people interact with it, right? So okay, so now I have a question for all of you. What are the top 5 activities that you as a user do on Facebook? I mean, you can take a minute, think about it, and those of you who are active, then you can tell me. I think I've asked this to a few of you, but let's say from your, I would say, business or personal brand perspective, what are those top activities that some of you do? And you can let me know. So, and then we'll come to what people do on Facebook as well. So we can take a minute. Yes. So anyone, maybe someone from here? Like,
basically, when we purchase the property, we post.
okay.
Purchase.
Okay.
Selling the property.
Sure.
And sometimes I do some market analysis.
Right. That's
Some
interesting. Sure.
I do my budget.
Right.
The real estate budget.
Nice.
And yeah, that's most of the related to the business.
Sure.
Most of the related.
And ma'am, you?
Yeah. So what I do on Facebook?
Yep.
I don't know. I network with other
Mhm.
individuals in the industry, family. What I post,
Sure.
usually mostly like real estate stuff.
Mhm.
Here and there, some personal things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Like, for your, I would say, personal brand or your business, like, what are those top 5 things? Those of you who are a little bit active, like, what do you do? Any ideas? Any suggestions? Anyone? Okay, good. No problem.
What did you say?
I'm asking that, let's say, like, for those of you who are active on Facebook, apart from the personal, networking, what are those top 5 activities you do, like, to maybe market your business or position yourself as a real estate agent? So, like, what are those activities? That's what I'm asking. Okay, sure. So anyway, first let's understand what a Facebook user does, and then we'll understand, how we can do more stuff. That's important. So a typical Facebook user does these 4 5 things, especially gathering information, because gone are the days when Google was the only platform for searching things. Those things, that time has changed. And in fact, I don't know if you guys know or not, Google is now not the key social search engine anymore. Can anyone tell me what has become like one of the most popular search engines in today's time, like the go-to website for searching anything? Yes, correct. Yes. So even things like, anything and everything, people are searching on YouTube. From I think these days people are just searching about winters and how to do this in winter and that in winter, from places to visit to, how to winterize your car. So like that, people are searching for stuff on YouTube. So similarly, social media has also become very important for searches. And not only searches, sometimes you also come and present information upfront. So you are present. So gathering information, getting entertained, videos, memes, those funny content, those jokes, those messages, those funny video content pieces, all those things. Staying up to date with news, interesting articles, connecting with friends and family, and sharing own updates and pictures. So these are things that are typically done. And if you guys are not doing it, I mean, it is first important to come on Facebook and become active as a user. Only then you can use it for marketing, because first we have to see this platform from the lens of a user. Only then we can leverage it for marketing. So having said that, we will just have a look at some of the Facebook pages that are there, which some people have been leveraging. I'll pick up one page which is not very good, and I hope it's not one of you. Okay, and also we'll look at a Facebook group and how we can leverage it for digital marketing, and then we'll move with good content practices. So I think this is again that page that I had opened up. Just allow me a second. So sorry, just one second. Yeah, sorry. Yes. So this was one of those pages. This was a real estate agent. So one of the very, I would say, interesting things or important things is to build your personal brand as a realtor. So that means your name, your face has to be at the center of it all, but it shouldn't be overdone, because if we overdo it, then people find it gimmicky and boring, especially the younger lot, people who are, let's say, 28 to 35, 40, they don't like gimmicky stuff. They don't like, very old school newspaper ad kind of stuff on social media. They will just move away from it. Maybe a little seasoned or matured audience would still connect with it, but the younger lot, especially people who are now going to get into their 40s, or people with the purchasing power, first time home buyers, these people don't like that kind of content. And I'll just show you the bad way of doing it also. So this is, I just showed you this Facebook page of this realtor. He's kept his content very simple, but the content and the way in which it is written is conversational. Like I showed you this example where the person has congratulated the client and talked about a property that was sold. A new listing has been put, which has been linked to the website, right? Some quote has been put by him. Then, like I said, he also puts his personal updates, right? So that's how I know, sir, it's a Facebook profile which has become a page as he has gained more followers. So taking some times with the family over the next, these things are also important because, A, it keeps your handles very active, and B, people who follow you, people who engage with you know you're a human being, you have a family, things you do, you're very active, and they just want to keep in touch with you. So at a lot of times we make the mistake of thinking that our personal social media is like very different from our business social media. It's not like that. When we're in the business of personal branding, we have to mix both of them. And when we do Instagram, we like really do that in detail, because Instagram is like that one platform where it is all about personal branding, right? So, but having said that, even on Facebook, it is important to give people a look into what all is happening in your personal life, things you do. Some things as simple as, you go to a new property for checking it out and you do a post and you put it. People also, they see interest. You never know what clicks with someone, and they ask a question. They come in with an inquiry, stuff like that. Uh, some queries, some family updates. Another example I wanted to show, this was the group, I'm so sorry, was of this realtor. Now this person, the packaging of the content might not be very interesting, like it's not very fancy design stuff, but the context of the content is very interesting. So I would want to show you that. So this is again a real estate broker. If you look at his content, uh, he's worked with a couple of developers, and he's trying to build excitement for some property that is going to be listed out. uh, he's some new properties coming up in the market. He's put a YouTube video and then he's linked it here, so that people can see it. Now this is very important, and sir, like you were saying, doing market analysis, because what happens is, and just to give you guys some idea, let's say if I want to market myself on social media, and all I say is, I'm Shubhendu, I do this. I'm Shubhendu, I do this. I can do your website, I can do your social media, I can do your this. People at one point will get bored, and people at one time will be like, okay, why should we follow you? Like, okay, when we need it, we need it. So you have to create content around your category, and that's where social media becomes very important. And especially a lot of realtors are now leveraging it, especially the younger ones. So this person has created a video on YouTube, like GTA's home sales are down by 34% from last year, blah, blah, blah. So check out. Now people would want to see such content, especially such analysis. And that kind of content would work really well. It could be short 30-second videos. It could be long 2, 3, 4 minute videos. But talking to people about things like, the market, well, is it a good time to sell? Is it a good time to buy? I think there are a particular school of thoughts. Some people are like, very clear that this is a good time, this is a bad time. Some people are like always confused that when is a good time, when is a bad time. And then some people are like, please don't trouble me. So you can create content for all of these school of thoughts, like something as simple as, is October a good time to buy a house? If you create a video like that and put on Facebook, ask your friends to share it, trust me, you will get more interactions, more leverage, as opposed to, this is a property, are you interested? You have to do that. So what we call this is, like a very subtle way of creating content on social media. You can have an XYZ percentage of personalized content where you are making your brand value. You're adding value for your followers by giving information that you guys are experts on. And it need not be something very salesy, you don't have to upsell a listing. Very certainly you can plug in your inventories in between. So for example, what I do is on my LinkedIn, and of course I'll connect with a few of you on LinkedIn too when we do LinkedIn. I have a very interesting way of doing things, and that's my style. I talk about my services by sharing case studies of my clients, which I do maybe once in a month. Then once in a month, I try to create some chaos on LinkedIn, like this is what is happening in the market. This is how the teams have become. So Facebook has become so greedy for money, blah, 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 whatever, which stirs up a lot of heat and people engage with my content. Sometimes I do a content on my team and what they do in the office. So like that, I have created different plugs for content, and I just don't do one kind of content. Similarly for you, you guys can create what we call as content buckets or content pillars or content, categories of content. So one could be informative, where you do your own personal branding and you share knowledge. For example, you can talk about the market. For example, you can talk about types of homes. I mean, when I was new, honestly, I had no clue what detached house means, and what is the difference between a townhouse and a detached house. There are realtors who are creating such interesting content on such topics which people are searching on YouTube or they're putting on Facebook, and then very smartly plugging in their services and offerings in that. So you have to think around your practice. You have to think, what are those different things that revolve around my business, and create content. Let's look at some more examples, right? Rent increases rules in Toronto for dummies. Now for someone like me who rents a house, right? I don't own a house, I rent a house. These things are very important. When I was new in Canada, when I was new in Toronto, some of my friends told me, be very careful. Some landlords have rent increase policies and this and that. Someone told me, don't buy a house in front of Lake Ontario. There is a percentage of rent increase in that. I had no idea. But this guy, he's creating such information for people to, subscribe to, and people will follow him. Like people will follow him for this content, and they will, try to get information from him. Is he immediately selling a listing here? No, but I will connect with him, and tomorrow when he puts the property and I'm in the space for buying it, I'll be the first person to reach out to him. So these things are very important. Again, analysis, home sales, right? Can't believe I found this video. So he's also sharing. A very smart marketer not only creates content but shares content from other avenues also. So he shared some content about some property or something, so mostly it's about analysis and properties and listings. So this was another take on it. Now one example I wanted to show you guys, and I hope this is not one of you. When I was doing my research, I saw one page which I'm like, the gentleman is trying a very honest effort to market on social media, but it's really not that good. Can you tell me why? If you look at the content, can someone take a minute and tell me why me as a social media, or let's say someone who's 34 years old, would not like this? Like, why is it so not appealing for me? Yes?
Too many writing to read.
Yes, correct. Anyone else? There's too much text. I mean, let's pick up any one of these, right? Let's pick this up. What should my eye look at in the first go? And if you're selling a property, shouldn't that be the hero of your visual? Like, if you're trying to sell a house, shouldn't that house be the hero of your visual? Or if you're just trying to sell, or if you're just creating content like, what's your house worth? Call for a free home evaluation. If it's trying to send that message. So there is just too much information for one person. What else? Anything else?
Specific and clear message.
That's true. Yes, that's true. And I also feel, there is just no avenue for engaging on this post. If you all remember, a couple of minutes ago, I told all of you that social media works on the premise of engagement. You need to make people do some interaction. Now, what will I as Shubhen want to do here? Like, what should I do? Why would I like it? What comment should I put? Why will I share it? There is nothing for me to do.
Oh, sure, just figure out where it is.
Yeah, but ideally, when you guys create content for yourselves, you don't want to do that, right? You want people to interact with your content. You want people to at least like it. You want people to at least comment on it. So that didn't work well. Then all of this content is so templatized, it looks boring. It doesn't look, it's very boring. So that's not a good way. And of course, kudos to the gentleman for putting in effort, but there's just too much to see. And I believe personal branding, yes, true. And I believe personal branding is great, but you don't need a big picture of you in every creative, then that just becomes a little too forced. This looks like a newspaper ad. Had this been a newspaper ad, okay. But social media doesn't work like that, especially the younger lot, especially the new age of people with the new purchasing power, the younger Canadians, won't work. It's not that good. So, we have to be a little careful with what kind of content we put. I saw one post by the person, just a second. Yeah, want to buying a new or pre-construction condo. So there are some grammar mistakes. I understand English might not be the first language for everyone, but when we are trying to create content for our practice, I understand English might not be our best I would say stronger suits, but we can at least use Google or simple thing as a spell check to just make sure the construct of the sentence is fine and we're using proper punctuation. These things also matter. I mean, if the content is written well, if it's packaged right, if we are doing things in a nice way, then only people will take notice. Thinking of buying a home, there should be a question mark. Want to buy a new pre-construction condo. So, but if I want to buy a new pre-construction condo, why do I need this visual? It doesn't make sense. Why not have an upcoming construction kind of a thing? So these things are important. These are things we should think about when we create content, because else this all effort goes in waste. He's put in so much effort to be active, to make sure that his presence is visible to people, but then it will just go in the air. Like, no one will engage. And especially this is social media. The objective is to make someone like, comment, share. There are 15 shares, probably his team has shared it, but there is nothing that I can see. There's nothing that I can take back. So these things are important. So then I'm sure you guys will ask me, then what are those good content practices? Then what are those good ways of doing things? Then how do we create that value? So I have a few examples. Just hold on, and then we'll take up Facebook groups. So users only engage with content which adds value to their lives. That's what I've been telling. If today I start saying, I'm a great digital marketing person, you guys need leads, you guys need clients, call me, you guys will get irritated. You guys will say, Shubhendu, get out. Like, this is just noise. Tell us, we are not getting any value. Similarly, for you guys also, if we just put on, keep on posting inventories, people are not always looking for them. So we need to create content that adds value to people's lives. So values don't only mean improving the quality of life. So like sir said, talking about market analysis, that's a great topic because it adds value to people's lives. People are always questioning. These days what has happened is, I don't know if you guys are aware, I'm sure you must be, there's going to be a huge recession in US, and everyone is talking about it, that next year there's going to be a huge recession in US and this and that. Because of that, every country is now running around like headless chickens. Like every country and every news platform, be it India, Pakistan, be it Canada, everyone is like creating news. Okay, US recession is coming, this will happen, that will happen. People are talking about markets, people are talking about whether it's a smart time to invest, people are talking about whether this is a good time to buy a house, sell a house. There is so much happening, especially post COVID. The world has become so much afraid, scared, or as simple as that. Sorry.
This came into people
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yeah, that's true. But people are now more than ever looking for information. They're looking for peace of mind. They're looking for comfort. They're looking for something that makes them feel comfortable. Be it something as simple as renting a house, something as scary as buying or selling a house, being something as scary as investing. So if we, as people who've been here for a while and we know what we do, we can really create value. And let me tell you, it's not necessary that you have to be fluent in English to do it. I know people from Brampton who do great stuff in Punjabi because that's their core language. Especially driving instructors, they're doing a fabulous job, making a lot of money by putting videos. Just to give you one example, so when I was looking for a driving instructor, I came across this gentleman who had gone to every drive test center in Toronto and made a video using his dash cam about the G2 test route, about the G test route. And as new immigrants, we are generally very afraid whether we'll pass the test or fail the test. He could have just, created content on his social media saying, I'm a driving instructor, come with me, I'll teach you. But he took a creative layer. He made a video on what the G2 test route looks like. And it has a lot of views, it has a lot of engagement. People are, sharing it. So he's created value for his, you can call customers, you can call prospects, like that. Similarly, we as realtors, we need to add value. We need to make people think, have fun at times, learn something, make them connect to other people, relate to something, feel something. All this adds value. So we'll look at a few examples, right? So just to summarize, before posting on your page, you should always think, if I was the target customer or my own prospect, would I find this content useful, fun, or valuable enough for me to share it with my friends on Facebook? If you yourselves feel that this content is not that interesting, then there's no point in posting it. Precisely why I showed you that example. If the answer is yes, only then does the content deserve to be published on your page, right? So the secret here is focus on creating share-worthy content. And that is the $1 million, you can say, question, or you can say that is the whole wild goose chase which everyone is all about. That creating content that is share worthy. When social media was new, getting viral was comparatively easier because a lot had not been done, like funny dances, cat videos, humorous things, voiceovers which are funny. Now everything has been done, so it's become very competitive. So how do you stay relevant and create useful and share-worthy content, especially if you want to build your personal brand? So for that, we'll understand like how it works. So some key ingredients and content that works for social media. Now this is very important, especially from our perspective. Like if we look at thinking about what kind of content works for us, we can break it down into certain categories like inspiring, informative, entertaining, triggering emotions. This is the biggest of them all, making someone happy, afraid, like especially people on YouTube. If you see, they use these scare tactics a lot. I'm sure you must have seen, like they will create a very clickbait kind of a thumbnail and they'll scare you into watching something like, for example, why I'm selling my house immediately, and like an afraid kind of a picture. And when you open it, it will be something else only, but you've triggered an emotion in people. So I'm not saying we have to be like very, very gimmicky like that. No, that's not the right way of doing it. but we need to make people feel some emotion. We need to make people feel something, where they find value, where they find some kind of interest. So some of the important avenue aspects for creating this content is, I'll just read them out because it's not very clear. Being responsive, offering promotions, offering, something or the other, providing educational content, sharing interesting visuals, being funny. Of course, I know in many practices being funny sounds a little difficult because you're in a serious business, but you can always have some light element of humor, and I will show you some examples. Right, offering exclusive content, providing behind the scene content. Now this is also very important. Um, if you look at it, your goal is not only to market prospects, and clients, but also have your own network of people who are into real estate. Maybe tomorrow you have a bigger practice and you want people to join you. You want people to be a part of your team. Maybe then you want to have a certain level of, I would say, aspirational value in your social media content also, so that the younger lot wants to come and join you, wants to explore avenues with you, because we're all building something towards that direction, right? There's only so much we can do as a single person army. So those things are also important. Making other realtors feel that, okay, see, I'm so active, I'm doing great content, that's also important. So if I look at all of these people, my primary audiences, my prospects, other my industry people, people who I want to inspire, so I have to create content which are around these buckets. And then of course providing content that makes people feel connected to you. So they come back to you, and they know that, okay, this person every week or whenever I go to their handle has something important for me to say. So these things will then make people stay in touch with you, and the content will work. So now I'll share some examples. So I would say the first example would be for fun and relatable content. Now, no one said that social media is a serious business, right? It should be, but you can also have a little bit of fun. For example, I saw a post by someone where it says, I'm not a salesperson, I'm a matchmaker. I introduce people to houses until they find the one they love, So maybe once in a while, if we do a post like this, where, you are building aspirational value for the realtor fraternity. Like so many realtors are connected to you, people who maybe one day want to get into real estate, so they would love such content. They would like it. Facebook will then, propel it further. Or this was a post done by someone. It says, they did it. It's very funny. It looks as if, the guy has proposed to the girl. It looks like that, but it's not that. They did it. Jonathan and Evelyn purchased their first home, and they purchased their first home with squad. That must be whatever his team is. Can you all please help me congratulate? And it's a very different kind of post. Of course, it's a little personal kind of a picture, but the person has posted it, and it had some good engagement on it. So it's not funny, but it's fun, like that. Top 10 things to do when selling your home. Number 1, call me, I'll handle the other. So humor, cheeky humor. So stuff like this, if you do regularly, it won't be nice. But once in a while, if we do it, it would be great. So yeah, I think someone is knocking. Can you just check? So were you saying something? Oh, so I saw you raise your hand. I'm so sorry. So yeah, so a little bit of humor, not always, guys, because if we do humor regularly, we are not here to entertain people, right? So once in a while, it's great to push that and make people engage with you. So always have that in the mix of content. Then informative and engaging content. So I'll just show you some examples. Like this is one realtor from Toronto only, Jonathan Chan. So he's done a post where he says, did you know August is the first month since March that saw an increase in both sales and average price of the homes, like month over month? Prices are still down by 19%, but blah, blah, blah. And he's made these infographics, August, average sale price, number of sales. And people love such information. People love such infographics. Nowhere has he mentioned, call me for your problems. Nowhere has he said, call me if you're looking to sell a house. But he's created this content and he has a little bit of his personal branding here. It's not clear, but you'll get a hang. Maybe you guys can, follow his page on Facebook if you guys want to make a note of it. Jonathan Chan. And he's doing some interesting content. I'll show you a lot of it when we do Instagram, because that's where the real, I would say, action is happening. But since we're trying to understand Facebook, you can have a look at this gentleman's profile. And he's creating that content, so I'll just read this out. A number of sales, average sale price, average days on the market, townhouses in the market, average price, like that. And this is interesting because maybe a couple of months from now, maybe a couple of years from now, I might want to buy a house. I might want to sell a house. So if I keep myself subscribed to this news, I would know what's happening in the market. And let's be honest, who doesn't want to sound intelligent amongst friends? I have friends, they're also immigrants. I also want to sound intelligent, right? I want to sound, no, prices are still down. It's down by 19%. I know, I read it somewhere. I want to sound intelligent, right? I want to sound someone who knows about these things. So I'll definitely follow this realtor. I'll follow him for that value. So you would probably want to think, what are those different things you guys can talk about? And it can be maybe particular areas. Like, for example, some of you would probably be catering to certain areas like Scarborough. So you can pick up Scarborough and talk about different areas in Scarborough, property types, how the sales have been like, how the prices are like, and you can create those infographics. Yeah.
You can show them maybe account to upload pictures.
Yes. That is part of the plan. That's what we're going to do next. Yes. First, we are just covering some
Is
content.
that a post or is that
Sorry.
not a post?
Yep. Yes. That's a post.
It's
Yes.
a post.
Yep. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Is there any penalty for false advertising?
So what happens is, let's say if this was false, right? And when people were reading this, they would become angry. So the first thing they would do, they would react an angry emoji here, and Facebook will take note of it. Facebook will note, like, for example, let's go to a real case here. Let's say if right now we're just talking about social media content. So that's all organic. That's all non-paid. That's all content we are creating on our page. When we do ads, then we'll talk about paid. This is all content creation for now, which you put on your page. There's no cost for it. You create a Facebook page and you start putting content on it. You don't put money to advertise it yet. Right now, we're just trying to understand what kind of good content works on our page. That's it.
Your website, page two, right?
Yes, true. So, yeah. So to answer your question, let's say this guy did a post and I don't like it. Like it infuriates me, or I say it's false. What I can do is I can just go here and I can give it an angry emoji, right? And or something. And parallelly, I can also, I'll tell you why this is important. I can go here and I can report this. This is false. This is false. The moment Facebook realizes that 2-3 people are doing this, it will reduce the visibility of this person. It will kill the visibility of this person, because Facebook doesn't want wrong content to go out. That's the first thing. Second, if a lot of people are reporting it, his page will get blocked. Facebook will block his page. So, of course, one should always avoid false advertising. Okay, so coming back to this, another very interesting post that I saw by this realtor was, Toronto implements a vacant home tax. This is February 1st. This tax came into effect on 1 January this year, targeting investors who own property and leave them vacant to hopefully encourage them to rent it out. So this was like very interesting for me also. I didn't know this. So is it true or not? I don't know. But just to give you guys a context of, like how people create valuable content. Now, what will happen when you in your feed see something like this? You will stop at this. You will spare a few seconds for this. You will take your mouse over this, or you will take your thumb over this. You will probably click on this to hear him out. So that is when Facebook realizes that this person is creating some interesting content. This person is creating something of value. This person is creating something important. And then next time when this guy does a post, those people who interacted earlier will also see it. If I comment on this, my friends will see it. So this is how content becomes more popular and interesting. Another very interesting example of engagement that I saw by Realtor was by this lady, Taylor. She's done a post where she says, "Home is where your story begins. I'm here to help you start for your next chapter. Message me if you have any questions." And she's also put a hashtag like a quote, like share your story. Now, when you do something like this and you have a couple of followers, people would want to share it because they enjoy. Everyone wants to share pictures of their car, share stories about their house. It's human tendency, it's human behavior, right? So people would want to do it. And the moment people start doing that, the moment people start engaging with her, sending her DMs, or first and foremost, she or her team will have a note of whomsoever has contacted her. They can be prospects. Second, her database size increases, right? Second, people will engage with her. Her post will be seen by more people. And like I told you all, the more engagement or share worthy a post is, the more visibility Facebook will give you, right? So stuff like this. So, generally we think as realtors that content should be about houses to buy, to sell, inventory, listings, which is great, which we should do. But it should be probably 30-40% of what we do, not more than that. Another 30-40% should be this kind of content. Value driven, knowledge driven, something that makes you, like be connected to you as a person so that I keep on coming back to you. There are so many immigration consultants who have become demigods on social media because of this. You might have heard of a few names. For example, there's this person, Kuber, who's become very, very popular for immigration. He somehow become the unofficial spokesperson for IRCC for some reason. I don't know why, but he's so active on social media. People look up to him now. He does paid consultations for immigration. Everything happened around social media. Not once does he post that come take a session with me, come take a paid session with me. Never. He only talks about immigration policies, what all is happening, how to come, new programs for immigration. For exactly all of you will also have to think about those buckets around your practice and create content that drives value. Okay. Another very important aspect which we tend to miss is moment marketing. So moment marketing is basically when you leverage something topical, something happening around you, and you create content around it. For example, Halloween's around the corner. We just had National Day for Truth and Reconciliation a couple of days ago, and now Diwali is around the corner, right? So as realtors, we can create content around these things. I've also seen some posts from some of the realtors from US. For Halloween, they've done a Halloween decoration of some of the properties. It's a very time-taking thing, but they've done it for their social media. Maybe they have the resources to do it, but it works really well for their social media. And people love those kinds of open house screenings where there's a Halloween decoration, or this is that like an invite to one of those open houses, or National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It could be lots of immigrants, especially from Asia and nearby countries, don't even know what this day is. Unfortunately, everyone wants to become a Canadian, but they don't understand these important festivals, or not festival exactly, like important days. So it's important for us to educate people on those days also. Is it about real estate? No. Is it about business? No. Then why should we create this content? Because you are educating people and they are connecting with you to learn new things from you, to feel and emote with you. And you don't want to stick to one single audience, right? You want to maybe stick to the indigenous audience and this and that too. So like that, you have to fan out. And then of course some of the popular festivals, Diwali, Christmas, this and that. Today is Dussehra for those of you who celebrate it, right? So having that kind of content on your social handles makes people also stay connected with you. Wish you something as simple as wishing a happy Diwali also gets you engagement on your post. Merry Christmas gets you engagement on your post. Happy Thanksgiving gets you engagement on your post. And these things, also drive value. So we often miss that. We often tend to, like ignore it, which we shouldn't. Then comes videos. So videos is especially very important in today's time. I think if all of you spend, let's say X hours on social media, so half of it should go in making videos. I know some of you might not be very comfortable with it, like because not everyone is very comfortable with opening a camera and starting, making things. But if you can either get someone to do it or do it, it is going to be the best avenue. I'll just read some of these videos out that some realtors have put. Like for example, I told you this example, which is really working for this guy. This is what you can rent for $4,000 in Sunderland, or this is what 2 million buys you in Toronto. Now, a very boring way of doing this was, this is a property, it's for 2 million. If you're interested, call me. But if you package it like this, isn't it interesting? Like, isn't it a very, I would say, engaging way of telling people? So like that, this person every once in a while creates content in a very informative way. They try to package it in a very emotive way. You wouldn't believe this house is for 500K. You wouldn't believe this property is on sale. They create content like that. So it makes things very interesting. Some other videos from other realtors, like for example, this is one person who's showcasing, stay tuned for tons of before and after photos of my new properties, new listing alert, beautiful house. So these are some of the basic things like putting listings and all. So videos have to be a part of your content. But if you look at it, it's not just shop talk. It's not just business. Monsters around us. A small video of the kid thinking to sell your property today. So business personal, you have to have a mix. So it's very smart way of marketing, right? So because A, you're establishing yourself as an expert in your field. B, you're also establishing yourself as a human being, a compassionate person who has a normal family life like your clients. So these things work, these things do work, and people would love to engage. Maybe today your immediate friends and network will start engaging. Tomorrow it will start fanning out, it will start expanding. So it has to start somewhere. So video content is also like equally very important. uh, so before we come to the activity, I would also want you all to maybe create a post, and let's try to see how it all works out for you. So what I'm going to do is, uh, I'll make a Facebook group. That will be easier, and I will send you guys a request to connect on that group, and maybe all of you can make a post about the workshop and post it, because some of you who are like very new to Facebook might need some assistance, like just Vaisen told me. So I will maybe help you in figuring that out. So let's do that. Then we'll come to an activity, and then I'll take up some questions if there are any. So let's do that. Let's quickly make a group, and I think we can use this Facebook group for problem solving also in our coming weeks, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'll just call it Remax workshop. Okay, I think that should be fine. I'll make it private, visible. I'm making this private because I don't want people on the internet to find this group. It's our own personal space. Tomorrow, if you guys make a group for your business, you can make it public and people can join it, right?
Make it a Remax S workshop.
Sure. Is this spelled correct? Please check.
Yeah, make a space after X.
Sure. Done.
Thank you.
No problem. Great. So just a minute. So I have to invite a few of you. So what is the best way of sending this link to all of you? Like I can share it one in the Zoom chat window. So for those of you who joined us from Zoom, I'm sharing it here, right? And you guys can just send a request. And what would be a good way of sharing the link with all of you? Like one place where you all get it?
Let's find you and add you.
That also works. Interesting. But is there someone who can do it from phone?
I just,
Oh, you did? Okay. The Facebook keeps on coming with new things, like every now and then. That was something very new, the QR code thing.
I added to the page.
Were you able to find this group? Wait,
Yes, found it.
oh, fantastic. Super.
I requested to join. It says pending.
Yeah, I got a request. Yes, I got Shireen and Usman. Got. You can just search Remax is workshop.
And then
Workshop.
go to group, so
Yeah.
it'll come up.
Yeah. You can just search this, come here and request to be added, and I just add you immediately. Oh, yeah, few more. Got a few more. Yep. Now we have 8 people, 9. Yes, one more. Nice. Anyone who's left? So let me.
Shows like your membership is pending.
Because I have to approve it. It's a private group. I've kept it locked because I don't want people from the internet. Yeah.
Yes, approve it.
Yep, I just did it. Now you're here.
And if anybody send it to us, the group for join, then we can randomly join. Or if
So there are either open groups where you can immediately join, but generally those groups are, spammed by a lot of, frivolous people. Like it's generally those kinds of groups are not very legit. So there are some closed groups where you have to send an invite and they accept you. And once they accept you, then you have to follow the rules of the group. For example, if I have a group for, let's say, homeowners in Toronto, it will have some rules that don't put any ads, don't put this, don't put that. I will send a request, they will approve me, then I'll have to follow their rules and do things accordingly. So it's like that. Yeah, so then all kinds. Is anyone else left? Yeah, I got one more. Anyone else?
My one is saying pending.
Even are we admins in the
Sure.
whoever joined are the admins?
No, I don't have any other pending members. I think 15 people.
Sometimes the two.
Oh, sure, I'll wait for it.
Or refresh, like,
Sure. No problem, no problem.
But it's asking me to make criteria set up for right?
See, these are the people who are there. So you can just check, right? Let me know if anyone else is left.
Why I am getting
just
like
accept
from
that.
Sagidul Islam, I'm getting the
Okay, cool. I think then most of you are here. I'll just again once check here. Yeah, got a few. I think everyone else is here then. Great. So one more. Yeah. Cool. 17 people. Great. So I think most of you are here. So let's do the exercise. So this is a group, and like I told all of you, group is like a place where different people come and they post. The post was from their personal profile. So now whenever you guys will post something here, it will come from your personal profiles. This is a closed space where we can see posts from one another. When you go back to Facebook and you log into Facebook and you create a post in the feed, like you go out and you post something, then that will be seen by everyone. So for example, if I post something here and I like I post anything like something random, and if I post it, everyone who's connected with me will see it. But here in the group, only people who are in the group can see it. So is that clear to everyone? Yeah. Fantastic. So yeah, okay. So let's do a post. Just give me 1 second, please. Yeah, fantastic. So this you will see here for putting a post. So what I want everyone to do is, I want you guys to put a real estate, either a quote or a funny thing. I'll go first and then you guys can do it, right? But it has to have some context. You can't just put something from the internet and just paste. It has to have some context, right? So I'll go first and you guys can observe me. Let's say, for example, let's say realtor, and I look at something funny to post, just to set the mood right. Let's look at something. Okay, this is funny. I can use this. Now when I have to do the post, so it has to be relevant, right? So what I'll post is something like this: welcome everyone to our group, right? Sorry, just a second. Here is a funny one to get things started, right? And I can put maybe just something like this hashtag. I can make a hashtag also just to add some value to it, and I will put a picture. So let me just open it. Here it is. Post. Okay, it went, and here it is. So now it looks like a structured thing. Always remember, when people see a post put by you, they always go from here to here, right? They will first see the visual and then they will go here. So, real estate, and just a funny thing, this home is ideal for growing family with children. The entire structure is made from Legos, right? And welcome everyone to our group. Here is a funny one to get things started. So the whole thing becomes like a single post, right? Now, if someone likes it, we already have a like, right? People can comment on it, people can share it. So I've started with humor. You guys can do so many things that we've discussed today, So come on, I want to see a post from everyone. Let's go for it. You can take a quote, you can take a funny thing, you can put anything that is relevant to us today. Can be anything, like whatever is relevant. I should also put a post of this exercise. It looks nice. It will be great. Workshop. I'll put this
You
also.
want people to put their own thing there?
Yeah, why not? I'll just put a post also. I'll just show you what I'm doing.
Or do you want something like that or different?
Anything, sir, like
Where do
whatever.
they go? What location they go under?
Sorry.
They go under funny things, .ca or
It-
.com?
No, so I couldn't get a question. I'm so sorry.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that?
Oh, I just went to Google and I took it for now, for the group. But
Under what subject?
I just realtor humor. I just search for humor.
Oh, realtor humor. Okay,
Yeah.
so-
That's it. Yeah.
so guys, what are you waiting for? Go to realtor humor.
So, but please remember, when you guys do it for your own, when you do it for your own, sorry, sir, when you do it for your own personal pages, don't blindly copy paste stuff, because some of the stuff is copyright. Okay, images may be subject to copyright, so we can't use it like that, and you don't want to get into trouble. So either search for things that are copyright free, or maybe try to create content on your own. So there's a tool called Canva. I'll do that when we do Instagram. I'll cover it, of course. So you can use that for those things also.
We can
And sometimes if you
crop it,
modify
right?
it a bit also, that also works. So we'll cover that when we do Instagram. So I'll put another post. Now, if I want to tell my friends and my network that I'm doing a workshop, right? I want to just promote myself. I can just go to my Facebook, put a post, right? And I can post something like this, that I'm conducting a workshop, and I'll post it, right? But right now I'm just going to do it in the group, just to show you guys.
You want us to post in the note? Is
Yeah.
that what- Yeah.
Mhm. So
You have a double E there, only one E. Subhendu, can you hear me?
Okay, so you can see I have put another one which is of the workshop, right? That's how fast social media is, right? Took me like a minute to just put it out, right? But of course it's in our group. So what a fantastic start to the social media marketing workshop organized by Remax is. Now I have a question. So we all know what hashtags are, right? Because in today's time and age, everyone knows what hashtag is. But what does a hashtag do? Can someone answer? If I click on hashtag Remax is, what will happen? Can anyone answer? Take a guess.
All the related posts will pop
So
up.
everyone knows what a hashtag is, but what does it do? Like if I click on this hashtag which says Remax is, and I click on it, what will happen?
Or it takes you to their website.
No. But I appreciate the attempt, sir. But no.
Takes
No.
you to their group.
No, sir. Anyone else?
All the related
So
posts.
any conversation that will have this hashtag will come in that feed. So it categorizes conversations. If I want to look at every conversation with this hashtag, it will come. Right now I'm searching it in the group, so I will only see posts with this hashtag. Since now see, so I think I can see now. Just look at this. This is my post for the workshop. What a fantastic start! It's here. Then, if you remember, I did another one which was a humorous one. It has that hashtag, so it's here. Then this one is done by Mr. Kumar, who can resonate with this quote: "Don't wait to buy real estate, buy real estate and wait." You know, invest in yourself. That's a fantastic use of hashtag, because people relate to such things. Who's Mr. Kumar? I'm so sorry. Like, I'll slowly get to know all of you. I think he's from Zoom. Is it? He's on Zoom. Okay, but appreciate your effort, Mr. Kumar. It's really good. Yes. Oh, someone had answered. All the related posts will come up. I could see your chat now. Then again by Mr. Nagarajan. Real estate is nothing but a cooking and see it's humor. Selling real estate, like it's funny because this guy's putting salt in the food. He's also very popular, so that's being used. So, sir, all the content or posts that had this hashtag came under this. Now let's go back to the group and see who all has posted what all, and let's like, comment, and share each other's posts so that we get to know. And I can see my post is seen by 4 people because I posted it. So eventually I want more and more people to see my post. Today it's 2 likes, 4 posts. But if this group is something I want to build, if it's a community I want to build, right? So I'll want more and more people. For example, what a realtor can do, they can create a Facebook group called Home Ownership Advice for New Immigrants. Hypothetical example, okay? Could be coined better. I'm just saying things back of my mind. Or real estate advice for new immigrants. You make a group, you market that group, you make videos, you ask people to join your group. You do a video and you tell them, is this a good time to buy a house? For more information, join my group. Those people will start joining this group. And then, eventually you'll have 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000 people, and you'll become a network, a community of people who would be your prospects for your clients. And you'll have total control over it. You will be the admin. You can see who all are there. You can have their email IDs. You can conduct events, webinars, live sessions. There's so much that digital marketing can do, right? So it has to, this is like the stepping stone for all those bigger things. So that's how you build a community. Okay, let's look at more posts. Just a sec. I'll just refresh this. Yeah. So this is by Shireen. Tissues for tears. What do you guys have in your car? Yes, I know. I'm sure you guys would have a lot of, I say, create content that brings out emotions, but that is something you guys go through every day. People saying yes and then no, and then husband saying yes and wife saying no. I completely feel your pains as real. Name one object that every agent should keep in their car. Tissue paper. That's fantastic. So me as a person who likes such content, I can always emote to it. When everyone is ready to close, but the seller is on vacation. This is very funny, right? So it's again very funny. Want to know 1 bedroom median rent prices of major cities in Canada? So this is informative, and there's this link. So uh, uh, Mr. Sadat, like, is this something? Is this website which is your own, or is this some informative website? Oh, okay, nice. But that's great. Like I said in today's session, you don't always have to create content. There's smartness in sharing relevant content also, because people want to come to one place for everything. So that's a very good thing to do. But great examples, like good example. And this is the content that I put. Please make a plan for your vacation before planning 2023. Okay, a little out of context, but sure. So I like it. Um, this was the code. This was amazing. So uh, I'm just emoting. When you see your family members posts in social media that they need a realtor, what am I then, a potato? Does that happen? Is that a common practice? Yeah. So what happens is, see, so I generally don't work with relatives, because when money comes in between, things can go sour. But maybe that's my notion as a person. But to each his own. Like, I generally avoid. But yeah, true. Selling real estate. So this was very funny. And just to tell some of you, this person, like this picture, he's a popular person which people use for funny content pieces. He's a chef, and he does this kind of an act which has made him popular. So it makes things more interesting. So this kind of content would get a lot of visibility on social media.
Where I can see like other group members like.
Yes, sir. Good question. You just come to the group, no? Like the just the group itself. If you open it, you will see the feed on the right here. This is the mini feed, and all that content will come here. Just find it. Nice. Say yes to address. That's very nice. Welcome to our world. Okay, again, informative. That's great. So I'm happy that some of these thoughts have, like, not everyone went for humor. Some of you went for informative content. That's great. And that's something that's really important. So is anyone else, like someone is left, or can we move on to the final activity for today? Great. So if someone else is in the process of posting, please post it and I'll look at it. And now we can use this group for our questions and answers. And I'll also try to share some resources with all of you, like the link for this video that I'm recording, and then also some informative stuff, social media practices. So I'll make this like a hub for knowledge sharing, and you guys can like gather all information from here for the next few weeks. So coming back to the final activity, and thank you so much for like interacting with this one. So this is something I had like thought of doing today with all of you. So what I want is to maybe divide you all into 3 groups. So maybe you can help me in dividing, like, so that I can give the task like that, or we can break people down. How many of us are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Would you want to participate? Okay, 15, and then on Zoom we have 9. So what we can do is we can around 24 people, so we can break it into teams of 8. So we can make 2 groups here, and one could be the Zoom team. So let's do it like that. Group A can be like 8 people here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like 8, like the L shape can be like one group, and like from Sir there could be like the second group. So group A, group C, and group B can be the Zoom team, because it will be easier for them. So I'll just repeat, like the front row, the L shape is group A, the second row is group C, and group B is the team which is there on Zoom. So these are the activities which I'll give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes to work on. So for group A, the activity is think of a video post for Diwali or Halloween. You don't have to make it right now. Obviously, it's a time-taking thing. So just think about it and we'll discuss it. How can we leverage this topical for our personal branding? Like a boring way of doing it would be, just putting something for Diwali or Halloween and saying Happy Halloween or Happy Diwali, but not that. We're not here to, do something as basic as that. What could be an interesting way of leveraging these we call it moment marketing or topicals, for our personal branding? Like if I want to do it, what can I do to leverage this thing? So you guys can have a discussion amongst yourselves, take 5 minutes, and then you guys can come back with an answer. For all of you, this is a very interesting one. Group C. So there's this property I've listed. Okay, even I can list properties. So joking. So this is a property on Lakeshore Boulevard, and that's the price. What is a nice way of promoting this property? And it shouldn't be just we put pictures and this information. That's boring. So I want you guys to have a discussion and how can you use Facebook to, like market this property in a very interesting way. And for the team that is there on Zoom, for you, it's the question which is here on Group B. You want to target first-time house buyers in Scarborough. How can you use Facebook groups to identify and prospect? So you guys can also take 5 minutes and you guys can in the chat, discuss it amongst yourselves and get back to me. So we'll just take 2 minutes. It's 12:28, so by 12:30, 12:31, I'll take your answers and then we can discuss and we can wind up today's session. So please take 2-3 minutes and think about it. You guys can discuss also. Like, I am assuming you all know each other. I'm assuming you all know each other. Yeah. Yeah. That is nice.
What do you guys think? Hello, guys.
Sir.
You're not interested? Okay.
You guys can think of an idea amongst yourselves also. That's okay. Like, we can be a little flexible. Yes. Yes. Next week. But it's important, especially it's very important for your you can use that same content for Facebook, but Facebook ads and helps when we do Instagram, I can also that will solve the problem for putting content on both Facebook groups, make sure because there's a lot of those ways that I can specific information where people come for this. My experience comes out very active here. My experience what I see. So, but I don't Instagram is yeah, and 25, 30, 25 more. So both are okay, so yes, I think time is up. So I think we can come back to the answers. So let's go it and do it like group wise. So group B, you can have your answers in the chat window and I'll read it out and we'll start with group A. So, okay. So the first group, your question was, think of a video or a post for Diwali or Halloween and how you can leverage for your personal branding, right? So of course, I'll like you guys can share your ideas and others can also pitch in, and I'll also share some of the ideas from my end. Yes. So anyone, if you can start. Yeah. No. Are you guys done? Like,
Yes.
yes, please.
So the question over, sorry.
Yeah. So the question was, think of a
Yeah,
video.
so we came up with some kind of discussion. So one
Oh,
of them
fabulous.
was from, I mean, I shared that, for example, I saw a picture of woolly colors.
Okay.
So I thought you could put that to get people answer, and that's a context, and we say, where can you get all these beautiful colors from to celebrate Holi?
Okay.
And it's a crazy colors.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So that's
but
a
that will
good
give you-
idea, but that's for the festival of Holi, and we had to think for Diwali or Halloween.
Oh, I
It-
thought it was.
It was Halloween. No.
Okay. Sorry.
It was for both, no?
I thought they were saying, so I. don't
Diwali
know.
or Halloween.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't that content. Okay, fine. Then Diwali and then.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
so see, a very boring,
Okay.
a very. Do you guys have an answer? Like, have you thought of something?
You guys come up with something here? No?
Okay, no problem.
Some color codes, yeah.
Okay, so a very boring way of doing it would be to go to Google, search for Happy Diwali, put something, you will post it, you will never come back to look at it. People will not look at it or look at it and just ignore. So we don't want to do it like that, you know, because we want people to connect with our personal brand. So one way could be to dress up, you know, even our prime minister does it sometimes. Dress up and have like a nice
We're
greeting
meeting
as
it
a
on the on 2 minutes.
connected with me.
I'm coming.
Wishing you all a very happy Diwali. Or if it's Halloween, you can decorate your own office. You can decorate your own home with some Halloween decoration, and you can put it on social media. If that looks like too much work, you can just have a more, you know, like you had a very good idea where you thought of a question: where can I get such colors for Holi? You know, like people would want to answer that, and the more comments you get, the more engagement you will get, and your content will work. So you can similarly ask people that, can you I want to make a fun drink on Halloween, or is there something delicious I can cook up for Diwali? Give your suggestions. It has got nothing to do with real estate, but it's all about engaging with your followers. So you can have, you know, things like that too. So it should be, because the question said you're trying to build your personal branding. People want to connect with you as a person and take value from you, understand, you know, like feel related to you, feel a part of, you know, your daily journey. So like that, you want to build content where people feel, you know, connected to you. So have a little more that, you know, kind of content. So that was that. So okay, so group B, have you thought of something? Can someone put something in the chat window? Like, if you want to target first time home buyers in Scarborough, how can you use Facebook groups to identify such prospects? I mean, there are many ideas, but is there something that someone wants to say? You can also unmute yourself and speak, and I can just open up the speaker. Like,
Yeah, we can.
yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, we can start with like, you know, in the Remax itself, there are first time buyer home guide. We can take it a few steps and create a image start off thing, like first step, like getting the mortgage approved, and then really what they need, if it is a small family, or like if it like location wise they can choose, and the number of bedrooms. So there are few steps. What is the first time home buyer? We can create some kind of image and post it. Or we can take a MLS listing and post it as it is ideal for first time home buyer to start with, and we can post it that way.
Okay, but sir, like, how will you find the prospects using Facebook groups? That was the question. Like, if you want to go to Facebook, find groups where you find such people who would be interested in such listings. How will you find them? That was the question. Yes. And then what can we do? Like, how do we, you know, like create leads out of them?
Can we advertise those fundings, like government have funding to say, did you know you could qualify for your down payment from funding?
Yes. So all the ideas that everyone is sharing, it's about what we will do with them.
Or where you get,
The question is
How
how
do
you
you
find.
find the prospects? So it's
Yes. How do you find them? How do you target them? How do I get that list of people? How do I do that?
We can put a
That's a good one.
Right now.
Okay, so see, we go to Facebook. Facebook has a place called groups. We go to Facebook groups and we try to find different communities, right? There are people in Scarborough because Scarborough has many residential areas. So people have made those groups, those clusters where they talk about things like politics, real estate, news. So we get into those groups as people, not as realtors. We don't go there and try to sell them something. We go there and we evaluate what kind of content people are creating. And then we start searching for queries related to home and real estate. And we start building those conversations. It's a little time taking, but if I can pick up 2 or 3 groups that are important, I don't have to be in 100 groups. That's a waste of time. Just those 2 or 3 groups where those relevant people are there, I can start talking to them. I can tell them that there's this real estate webinar happening. If anyone is interested in this, and I'm going to, do you want to go? Rather than saying, hey, I'm conducting a webinar, hey, I'm conducting an open house, hey, I'm doing this, I can say, this is happening, I'm going, does someone want to come along? People do interact with such things. People do interact with such kind of prospects. It sounds like a lot of work, but if you do it, there's a lot of lead generation that can be done from this. So that's that. So like that, you can find groups in Scarborough, community-based groups, lots of groups for moms. On Facebook, moms have the biggest, I would say, communities in terms of these groups, and they have a lot of conversations, like moms in Toronto moms, this, that, and these ladies, they talk about everything, and you guys can be a part of it, especially the lady realtors, and you guys can also market. So like that, you can like explore different avenues. So that's how you do groups. Now the third one, which is group C. So this is a listing and you want to have a nice way of, promoting it on Facebook, on your page, not group. Let's be very clear. It's page, not group. So how would you do it? Do you guys have some ideas? This is a listing and you want to promote it on your page. So like, what is a nice way of doing it rather than just putting a picture or a video? Like, how can you go about it?
Put something interesting, feature of the property,
Okay.
and with very attractive image.
Okay.
So they attract some people.
Okay. Sure. Any one? Yeah.
Maybe text over is the next view. You can take some video clip and then you can share it.
Yes, but
The location and then view.
but how do we make it interesting? That's the question.
Yeah, like it's a downtown. By the address you can see that.
Yeah.
So put some of the interesting features of downtown,
Okay.
attractive features.
Sure.
And put it in the link, and also find out some say like a group in the downtown areas, and focus 2 or 3 groups, who are more interacting,
Sure.
and feed them those information,
Sure.
And
Yeah.
if they have any interest, they can contact us.
Sure. So one would be to maybe ask.
Worship.
Sorry.
Places of worship.
Okay, that's an interesting take. Why not? If you're trying to,
Schools are nearby.
definitely that's one of the biggest, I would say, hooks.
Transportation.
Definitely. So these could be the things.
shopping.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So we can have different like such information pieces and we can put it. Another way would be to maybe go live. You can go live from your phone. So when you go to Facebook, it asks you to go live and it does a live feed. You can just go live and talk about the property. That is also very interesting. People who follow you, they would definitely, look at it and they would want to know more about it. Another could be asking a question. You can ask people rather than saying this is a property, call me. You can ask a reverse question. Would you? What is that one thing in this property that you feel is like really good, and people will answer it. And very smartly, you're marketing this property to them. So like this, we have different thoughts, but I really appreciate that all of you like thought of it. So great. I mean, thank you so much. That was like great, and it's nice to see all of you like collaborate and think of these ideas. So that's pretty much it for today. I think we are also a little 10 minutes ahead of our time. So thank you so much, and thank you for being patient listening to me. Yeah, I will just come. We are going to do Instagram. That's very important. Yeah. So next week we'll do Instagram and content creation. So we'll talk more about content creation. And if you guys have any questions, the Facebook group is there. You can always post and I'll respond. And if any questions now, I'll answer them.
Okay, thank you so much. And then
Thank
are you
you.
gonna be covering like the paid ads, like at the end
Yes,
of the
yes.
course,
Third one.
or
Third
one?
session.
Okay.
Third session.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's on Zoom. Thank you. Thank you.